Okay, we are now live. Hello everyone, I'm Eventide Shine, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Online Endwalker. Hey Los, how's it going bud, and thank you very much for the host. Just setting up a few things for stream, and then we'll start playing. Alright, so... That's good, I'm glad you're doing well. Alright, so we can now change to this. Always tends to be nighttime whenever I boot up the game. Oh, and we need to get this up. Oops. There we go. Not sure what happened to the chat box, but I'm sure it'll come back. Oops, not those. So we have Anna here, our little cinnamon roll, as our warrior of light. Yeah, I see the chat box. I'm not sure what happened there. But anyway, we're going to continue with the quest called The Boy's Errand. And hi, Los, I see you on screen. Alright, so a boy's errand. We're going to go to Ilzabard and teleport to the Great Work. And off we continue. Excuse me. We're going to speak to Nidhana. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of the giant skull are running low. What? When I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Oriange told everyone about their temporary cure, and Justinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Enna, lo though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines: alchemy, not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant's Gall Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take too much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Leave it to me. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamza, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Bring back the chat box sensor. Okay. I hope the stream is still running smoothly. I made a few adjustments because I've been noticing I'm streaming at 60 FPS but at like 560p only. So hopefully I'm running at a much higher definition. If not, that'll be something I have to look into. I guess these are the Hamza, they're dodos. Oh, and they're looking at me. Anyway. Here are our Hamza, Anna. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the rods it host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. It is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Are you ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead of yours to follow. And off we go. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. They don't look the most comfortable to ride, but transport is transport, right? The spectacular formation stretching over the sword, legend has it, has wielded by the Manusuya against the Murga before it has cast down at conflict's end. Dodos. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there. Though the main port of hatchery is the top of the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. We've arrived at the Hamza hatchery. here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Vashhan, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to come collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if anything were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? No Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Anna Eventide of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Vashhan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. All right. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telephroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them. Yeah, we'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzea and Far Eastern brothers. You wish to know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folks have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Let me zoom in a little closer on these NPCs. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Hosts, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came to enforce, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razadhan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream died up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you to the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. So, guess we have to ride the Hamza again. Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at Hamza Hatchery to mount it again. Oh, I'm on my own this time. Now we are on Hamza back. Little derpy little guy. So we need to go somewhere. Oh, up here. This little dot here. We have to make sure we get our Hamza there safely. Okay, we're almost there. And there it is. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. Well, at least he gave us a ride. Or she. Let's speak to Zenuha. Yes, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there anything you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Next quest, tipping the scale. Here you are, a sack of purest Giant's Gall. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. So I think we can just teleport back to Nidana. So let's just do that. Ah, welcome back, Anna. Dare I hope you have the giant skull? Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
That dumbass Fandaniel.
Fandaniel? Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last. Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away, assuming Fandaniel is lurking about. There's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Alright, so where do we need to go? It was where we went with the Valhalaron the first time. I think that was his name. Anyway. So our goal is on this part of the map here. Oh, I didn't mean to go down here. Let's go back up. This is a rather finer boat than I expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope of toppling this tower. For all of our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Head to the Tower of Zot with Nidhana? Yes.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Tofu, welcome to the stream. How's it going, dude? We are playing more Final Fantasy XIV Online Endwalker story.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
I'm glad you're doing well, Tofu. I'm doing pretty good myself, just chilling. Final Fantasy XIV always has an excellent story, so I'm very thoroughly enjoying myself. And okay, Los, we'll see you in a bit then.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Oh. Oh no. Everything was going too smoothly, guys.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Oh yeah, the queue times are definitely in the thousands, especially during peak gaming hours.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
Well, yeah, you kind of kidnapped our friend, you know. How else am I supposed to react?
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story.
No thanks.
Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me.
You know, games would be a lot shorter if we didn't listen to the villains monologuing. That's just me, though.
Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
If only we can throw some hands at this guy.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met
That's true, Tofu.
day after day.
That is
of
very true.
unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled
Yep, we just sit and suffer
and ripe for decay.
with no choice but to listen.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe. No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon, no matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault. All is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Always a convenient time for headaches.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
Well, maybe you should have just left. I wasn't stopping you.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
Well, that happened. Ah, you returned. But where is Mistress Nidhana? Melusia Preserve. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. This is awkward. The test was a success, everyone, but, at what cost? Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily, lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Next quest, the Satrap of Razathan. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who are taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the Satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences, and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me to give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and the recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razat Han for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Alright, off to Razat Han we go. So we are going all the way here. Appreciate the assistance, random dude. Let's see, oh, not there. Getting closer. There's a fate nearby. May as well help out. Let's see, let's summon our Chocobo. We're just collecting flowers at the moment. I was going to heal them, but I guess their Chocobo's a healer. Never mind. Oh boy. That's 2 more. Oops, not that move. Try to get a few more in before the fate ends. One more should do it. Oh boy. Only a few more seconds in that fate. I think we're good to move on. Everyone left anyway. Nice, level up. So we learned Fall Malefic and Gravity 2, so our attacking spells upgraded. Learning Malefic Mastery 4, and then Gravity Mastery. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask you that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
So we finally made it to Razat Han.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Thank you, FC, for reapplying buffs. FC stands for Free Company, or Guild, in this game.
Here we are. Megadota, seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nidhana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others.
Yep, it's just like last stream, politics, right? Either way, it never ends well.
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect.
Yeah, so for context, Nidhogg and Hraesvelgar were dragons we previously encountered in past expansions. And also the Aura, they're a race of humanoid dragons. That's what my character Enna is. And that's what a couple of the NPCs, including Ahewan, are. Humanoids with like dragon features like scales and horns.
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. marauding hears from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility, when it seemed all would be drowned in blood. Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz-at-Han.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
a charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radz-at-Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm-blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz-at-Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzat Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Los, welcome back. I'm just gonna keep the general dialogue or the event dialogue box open on the screen, so it should be fine. No sensitive information should appear in that box, just the NPC's dialogue. I'm just getting a little tired of switching back and forth to the censor box. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlian and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. And we did attune to the Aetheryte here, and then the one down here as well, so we're good. So, we need to go back to Charlian, so that was here. And then we need to go to the annex, right? And go to the main hall. Oops. Okay, so let's complete this quest. Just as I was getting used to the balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Oops. We have to speak to you, Kryl. In the dark of the tower. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locals?
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. then it stands to reason that any intruders would be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
Oh, Lo, so you're finally in the twining? Nice. Enjoy the music.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Aren't you forgetting someone? I'm a healer too, you know.
Of course not. As our most talented healer, we need you leading the van, fighting primals on the front lines.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Let's do this. Alright, so we need to go back to Ilzabard and run all the way back there. A lot of back and forth. But it's worth it. There's the tower in the background that we'll be heading to again. Ah, our friend of Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however, emphatic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we were a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, should we still call you Vashhan, I suppose? Indeed. It would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know, or, in that case, they're all yours from now on. I've been waiting for this day. So have we, my friend. So have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide it into two groups. Enna and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavenarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnair, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Tofu, welcome back. We just unlocked the Tower of Zot. So I can either do those with randoms, or let's see who's on right now. Not many of my friends are on at the moment. So I will go into trust with this. And off we go. So you can either run this with like friends, random players, or this feature called Trust, which you run it with the story's NPCs. And off we go. So this is the very first dungeon of Endwalker. All right. Onward. Alright, this is where the group diverges. I keep forgetting I'm a healer.
This will hurt.
You're mine!
The new astro attacks I learned are pretty cool. They were Fall Malefic and Gravity 2.
You're mine!
Alright, first boss fight. How I can tell is the obvious arena and then the glowing purple lines that act as a barrier that seal off the area once the fight begins. Ow. Alright, first boss down. I don't need any of the gear from the dungeon though, it's all 81 stuff. I don't think I really need gear until like 85, 87. Okay, next. Alright, we're almost there. There's just so many trash mobs.
You underestimate me!
You underestimate me!
I'm used to tanking and DPS, so every time their health goes down, I'm just like, how come no one's healing them? I'm like, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do that. So, second boss.
Let's give them a show! Try and stop!
Oh yeah, the mid boss theme for Endwalker is really good. I agree. And the healer with the Glock. Oh yes. Once I unlock the Sage class, it'll be even more so because they pretty much have guns. Mistakes were made, but that's the life of a healer. I couldn't have said it better myself.
You're mine!
Oh no, Thancred.
This will hurt. You're mine.
Okay.
You underestimate me.
You know, that quote, Los, always reminds me of Virgil from MVC3. Guess it's my turn. Whenever someone's defeated and he takes their place. That's a game I gotta play on stream sometime. I am trash at Marvel Versus, but like, it'll be fun regardless.
You now.
Yeah, I was watching Maximilian Dude play in his recent video where he was fighting a Galactus mod. It's like the final boss of Marvel vs. 3, but it's modded to like insane difficulty, and like he can actually combo you and stuff too. It's ridiculous. But then he actually caves in part way through the video and plays as Virgil because I guess he doesn't like playing as Virgil because he's so cheap. But then he played as Virgil and he actually beat the guy. It was a really fun video to watch. Yeah, I'm trash at those games too, Tofu, so you're not alone there. I play them for fun. Like, I don't expect to be good. I can't do endless chains of combos. I just do what I can, and it works sometimes.
You underestimate me.
Isn't that just canon Virgil, though? No matter what game he is, he's just super overpowered. That's kind of his quirk, isn't it? And then Max once said, like, Marvel Verse was like the catalyst for that. It was like the starting point of Virgil being this character who was just very overpowered, but fun. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. The Major Sisters. Mapping the realm, the Tower of Zot. Alright, let's go. Sorry, I can't stack with you friends. Here, take that instead.
Let's give them a show!
Okay, that's one. Oh boy. Okay. I thought I went the wrong way. We did it. Dungeons are a little longer with trust, but I guess it saves you from the anxiety of dealing with people with high expectations. Alright. We don't need the treasure, so we're just going to go on our way. Try to save myself some clutter, too, in my inventory.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Yeah, that's exactly why he's a fan favorite. You made a very good point, Tofu, that, like, his moveset is transferred to his playable version. And that's why people love him so much, because you actually can use boss skills in battle and then some.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
What happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Oh no, Graha.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
How are we supposed to pick up elephants, though? Unless they're lighter than they look? Because last I knew, elephants weighed several tons. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzat Han for treatment. Alize and Yusola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once more, or once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Alright, now this is just telling us that we can enter the Tower of Zot with the trust system, NPC avatars. Alright, next quest. The Jewel of Thavnair. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us come to Makaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the grand work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Jasuna, welcome to the stream. Hope you've been well. We're playing more Final Fantasy XIV Online, Endwalker Story. So we need to go back there. Okay. It's such a long walk. And it's too early in the game for me to fly. Oh, is it really, is it late where you are, Drew? Or did you just wake up? Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. 10 p.m. and cold. Oh yeah, that's not a good time, but hopefully you're bundled and cozy. Maybe have something warm to drink. Though I've been to Radha before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and do not expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Estinian will now accompany you. Alright, Estinian, this way. Let's actually attune to this while we're here. Ah, Mistress Enna, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Mekhalduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Razathan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most business are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon descending them, you will emerge in Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. So up these stairs. It's actually pretty cold here where I am as well. A place where it's normally hot, but in the winter it does get pretty cold. I'm bundled up myself with a hoodie. Inside a hoodie, rather, so it's extra warm. I'm actually gonna put the hood up, because it is kind of cold, and my ears are, wow, my ears are freezing. Okay. Let's see, heading to Magaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right, and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. On hard. Wow. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. If you are here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at the Mekaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps, then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. I see an aetheryte back there, though. A smaller one, but we might as well attune to these, since we can't attune to the big one just yet. A little dodo farm over there. Or Hamza, as they're called here. Discuss Dharma. Ah, I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Oh no! They heard us talking about eating them. Let's be on our way. I mean, I don't see why not. They could be made into chicken nuggets, or Hamza nuggets. Greetings and welcome to Meghalduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course. We have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber. If you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
You too, best boy.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Ow.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I only wish he could be with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
It's true, you come for a good time and got the feelings instead. All the feels. It's great though. I love it.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
All right. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Stuff. Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Yeah, this expansion definitely makes you feel all the feels. Especially if you played all of the expansions prior, there are so many references to the older ones. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Did we attune to this one yet? Nope. And boom. Where the street turns, enter doors straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crusarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzathan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. And here is the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I've been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? I was so groggy from sleep, I didn't even think to ask. Our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach, a gift bestowed from on high or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Alright, so let's head back to Charlian. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should go rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Anna. Kral has appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Sure. The color of joy.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
All the food. It's quite the spread too, as you'll see. She doesn't like pickles.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
There's like pizza, donuts, macaroons, and Cookies.
Beset on all sides.
So much to eat.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done.
Oh yeah, the food looks delicious.
If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
And yeah, Alize will totally make Estinian eat an entire pickle. Sit down and don't leave until you finish this pickle.
Yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt.
Also, those burgers are like huge. They're humongous.
Indeed.
Making me hungry.
And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
This whole cutscene has made me very, very hungry. Shall we call it a night?
One last cup of tea, then. Dickon said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
Tofu, thank you for redeeming drink water. I will drink some now. Oh, here we go. Villain time.
enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable. Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you. Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome, honestly. Talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest? No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment. How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you. You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor. Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
On Wings of Hope, okay. Where do we go now? Here. Sound the bell, school's in. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. Oh, Tofu, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that, dude. Oh, and you subbed to Prime. Awesome. Thank you so much. I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholark Montechigan? Montechai? Medicham? And thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Yshtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to a phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. I can't read, guys. Reading's hard. Either way, Tofu, I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. I'm always happy to have you here. Oh, there they are. Heading out for a stroll? The Scholark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notary precedes one more time. Take two. I dare say our notary precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. I realize I'm just a very small casual streamer, but with a very inconsistent schedule. But you know, like as I've been saying, I appreciate the support nonetheless. Thank you so much, Tofu. Small but powerful, indeed. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, you can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what later became the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question that the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Sharlayan's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same foppish speech. Such is his undying love of the old stamping ground. He was in tip-top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with the highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? From where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphinaud actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphinaud Levier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphinaud, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholaric Montaigne, I think? Anyway, other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wherever so his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Reading is dangerous, guys. Don't do it. So let's speak with this dude here. That was Alphinaud Levier, wasn't it? The Alphinaud Levier! And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss, Aleopo should have a better idea. Unnecessarily giant doors. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with the question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa this, tongue of Gigantode that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. Let's see, our options are, the only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information of the Scarlet's whereabouts, and then I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. So what you're telling me is, you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for the Scholark. I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him! He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. How reassuring. In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Scarlet has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. So we need to go over here now. And Alpha No is playing Mr. Popular over there. Yes, the Scarlock was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. So we need to go to one of the auditoriums next. Not there. Here? Yes, there he is. Monteshane, probably is how you say that.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
School's in session, guys.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
I love these options. I know Corporal Ether is the last one. Magic! And, Corporeal Ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Exactly, they do distant learning. It's very modern.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Speaking of which, though, I heard that there is a Final Fantasy XIV online manga, like a high school manga. Like, it's being set in like an alternate reality if all the characters were in high school. I forget when it's gonna come out though, but it should be interesting. And we level up. When do we learn our next skill? Let's take a look. Let's see, enhanced healing magic at level 85. So it just increases the potency of all my heals. That's good. How about other skills down here? Let's see. My next battle action is called Exaltation. Reduces damage taken by self or a target party member by 10%. Restores HP at the end of the effect's duration. Cure potency of 500. Okay. Yeah, definitely. It should be fun. New quest, a capital idea. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. On that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Alipo, as the scholar suggested while I share your findings with Raha. We could do that, or just go straight to the annex and continue the story. Let's see. Then let's speak with Graha. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the Warding Scales has met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked to bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way of the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilebrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Phew, didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. You're not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the form's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. So we need to go to Limsa Lominsa. Before we do that though, I have to use the restroom and then take care of a couple of things. So I will be right back, my friends. I'm going to pull this screen up. And then I'll be back shortly. I really need a BRB screen though. Okay, I've returned. So let's cut to this screen here and continue the story. So we need to go to Limsa. Thank you. Good to be back. Whoa! What'd I walk into? Sorry to interrupt your playing. Where do we go now? Oh yeah, there. Oh, Jasuna, thank you so much for 200 bits! Thank you so much. You're too kind. All the power we need. More power. We need more power. Oops, I forgot to read that. Oh well. Let's go to the command room. I was so powerful I forgot to read the text. So for context, these are some of the world leaders standing in front of us. Or most of them anyway. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at once, or at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is assuring to learn we are all on take two. Words are being jumbled up in my mouth. It is assuring to learn we are all in accord. But may I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasingly number of primals as well. But your triumph at Razat Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. It is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telephori at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. Or contingent, sorry. To think such progress has been made in so short of a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telephori's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for a strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. If only more politicians thought like that. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, and on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telephoroi. They are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spire siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. Whether they draw forth far more than is required is for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzabard contingent? Contingent? I don't know. Big words scare me, guys. Consider it an official request from both Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the revenge against the Telephoroi. I couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet with the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once we have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilzabard. Ralbon and Lord Amaric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telephoroi so much draw steel. As for us, we will keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the ones who can create a diversion. Or they're not the only ones that can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge of Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Oh, Los, no worries. I understand I'm in very spoiler territory, so I understand completely. I appreciate the lurk, though. We need to go to the Alamigan quarters, so we need to go to here. Okay, so we... oh yeah, I can fly here. So we're gonna go and see where we need to go. There's Raban. Lurkilos. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Amaric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defenses efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilzabard contingent. I wish they'd use a different word. Anyway, the very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. That's true, isn't it? That's a mood. Truth be told, I'd rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Amaric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilzabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to provide the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Words of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange. I thought you would have a stake in this. I do. The Telefori have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, I would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your companions have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. All said, might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Next quest. Best of the best. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and the most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes.
By the 12.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
I am a white mage, yes, but currently I'm an astrologian.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we.
Lise. She's one of my favorite characters as well. I have too many favorite characters in this game. Lise was actually one of the main protagonists in Stormblood.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Lise looks like Dorothy with the Lollipop Guild from from The Wizard of Oz. This screenshot in particular always reminds me of that.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
Yeah, it's just a mother with her kids.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain!
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Unfortunately, Emeliance, our favorite MILF, is not here. She's back in Charlian. I don't think she fights at all.
Out of my way, you preening fool! Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Tofu, thank you so much for the sub earlier. I appreciate that, and I hope you have a good time shopping. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Hope you have a good one.
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Well said, waifu. Well said.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlund Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
The way that you were dressed, Los, the other night? Yes, I remember. Hey, no judgments.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
That cutscene has so many dudes. Oh wow. So many dudes! Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempering targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea. Let's try that again. Take two. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warning scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Thanks, Los, for redeeming drink water. I will do so now. Alright, let's make our rounds in delivering these scales. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hian. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, had been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Yes. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Otoya and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelves Wood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Poggle. Not that I am tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. You got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Enzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and the Captain Hilfir told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of a soddening snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or whatever the saying goes in airships. I love Lise. Lise is such a great character. People don't tend to like her for some reason, and I kind of understand, but I accept her for who she is, flaws and all. If I can talk. She's so pretty. Anyway. That a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all of the 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Warding scales of the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Los, I'm just simping, don't mind me. My thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Do you have a warding scale for me too? Yep, here you go. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold, of Isambard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I'll be distributing specifically made warming, inkjurs? Courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are not suitable for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamigan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Oh yeah, I did say there are people who don't like her. Yeah, there's actually quite a few people in the fanbase that don't like Lise, and I am appalled, I am shocked, I am devastated. Because she is a character of many faults that makes her so great. That's what I believe anyway. She's not all-knowing or all-powerful or anything. She's just trying to do her best to help. But I love Lise personally. She's great. I love her. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. We need more about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to do something. If only I had to. Take two. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? It's Tataru. But how? Mahaha! I have my ways. Oh, yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Isambard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear the garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But how did you need to, jeez, I can't read today, guys. I am very sorry. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the same name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Oh yeah, me too. That spread of food on the table. Oh, I could go for that right now. Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Ergmhus and Bloomvita have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back in headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Kral company in the Baldassian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Argmhus and Bloomvita did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone, who shall remain nameless, isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything simply distraught were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Let's do it. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. So we can actually try this on too. So it's just a typical winter coat, but it should do the job to keep us warm. All right. Just for the sake of this, we are going to glamour our new coat. Where is it now? Here. And then, and yes, we can dye it different colors. So we're going to personalize it to my signature midnight blue. Ba-doop. Next quest, a frosty reception. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we're going our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? So yeah, this is what the coat looks like on Enna. She's so cute. Look at her. She's my little cinnamon roll. Anyway. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If we are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out of the game, this progress will be lost. Let's do it. So, let's take a look at the map here. So we are starting all the way from Alamigo, I believe, which is over here.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range.
Go into the ominous
Those who
clouds.
traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Through the ominous clouds, of course.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Oh, poor us. We're still wearing a dress. At least the top half of our body will be warm.
received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number.
You know, if you look at the word Vergilia and then take off the Ia part, it's Virgil. I just want to make a note of that.
However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
Can I just add note that Lisa's outfit is actually very tame to what she usually wears? Lisa's on the far right, by the way. She's usually wearing like this red garb that's very, very revealing. But I'm glad she actually dressed appropriately this time for the occasion.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most.
Right. Meanwhile, we're wearing like a big coat, but like we're still wearing a dress underneath, so we're like half warm.
I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rear guard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
You got it. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot... Lapis, hello, welcome to the stream. How have you been? We're playing more Final Fantasy XIV Online Endwalker.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
That's good. I'm glad you've been well.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
I've been good. The last couple of weeks have been very, very, very busy for me. Since I do, unfortunately, work in retail and holiday sales and whatnot and special events. So I've been having several days off in a row since the holidays are now over. So it's been very, very nice and needed. I need the rest and break from work. And what other way to do that by streaming with you guys?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Okay, so we're in a special instance playing as Thancred right now. And we have some actions on our hotbar. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you're ready. Let's go for it. I'm ready.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Let's see. Okay, we need to... We're just knocking them out, not killing them. Bloop. Bloop. Oh. I thought we could knock out the machines. Guess not. Bloop. Wait, where are the controls? Oh, we forgot about this one. Very chaotic, Lapis. Very chaotic. I think I worked every day for almost 2 weeks straight. It was, not fun. Alright, which way you gonna go, my guy? Okay. Bloop. Oh, I thought I can take the bolt out. This is not Ghost of Tsushima. I gotta remember that. I can't chain assassinate. Sorry, Pooch. I gotta do it. Nope. You don't see anything. You still don't see anything. Yeah, oh. I thought I had time to do both.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna turn around. Just gotta wait for the dude to turn around, and then we can move it. Bloop. Bloop. We gotta wait for the cooldowns to complete, and then we can put more people to sleep. Turn around, my guy. Please. Thank you. Let's see. Oh boy.
Must be losing my touch.
Now the threat awareness gauge is a little high. I need to do something about the sleeping pooches. Or they're not sleeping. They will soon, though. Eh. Bloop. Yeah.
7 hells.
Oh boy. I got 2 dudes on me. I might die. I'm dead. Ah! Damn it. I forgot how hard this was. Oh, I gotta rewatch all those cutscenes. Ah. Let's bring it down, shall we? I didn't think anyone was going to be around those corners. And then lo and behold, they were. The other dumb part is Thancred doesn't have much utility, so he can't really defend himself for too long. Oh, I didn't mean to do that either. Commence the dumb mission.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
I'll get through this. It's irony too, because Thancred's a tanking class, so he should be able to take all the hits. I'm mad. I should have had that. Oh, I used it at the wrong time. I forgot about that. I always forget about the third one.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Need my sneak ability to recover. You don't see me, you don't see me. Good. Ah, that's a pain.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments at the rear of the Ilseberd contingent's supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
You know, I'm a healer, but...
Brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Oh, we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Back here? Oh, it's back there. Sorry guys, I got confused with the directions.
You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Yep, I'm here and ready.
There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
It was a little crazy, but fun.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
We've made it to Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Okay, we've made it to Garlemald. Let's tune to the ether, right? That person has a Cerberus mount over there. Nice. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plans proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yushala and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of camp? Alize and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zod, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. The fox? Yeah. The fox is really cute. Where'd it go? There's my little fox kit. Come here. I believe all minions have like some sort of like bio. Let's see. Which one do I have out now? The fox kit? Yeah, this. Despite its appearance, this fox kit is actually the offspring of a 1,000-year-old vulpine spirit, yet incapable of taking on the body of a man, that it may seduce its prey into unlanguishing their very souls. Or not. There truly is no way to tell. God, that got dark fast. But anyway, our fox is cute and will do us no harm. And then if we do the command / handover, we can feed them. And do they interact when we pet them too? Let's see. Oh yeah, they curl up. Cute. I remember the fox minion being really hard to get too. I think it was through like a boss fight or something, some overworld event on the field. But anyway, it is very cute. You'll be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has cleared past since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect that they were tampered. Sorry, I was merely talking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. Yay, it's Lise and Serena. They're both very adorable. Let's see what they have to say. Vergilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Gollemald, glory to Gollemald. They still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Raban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the Fringes. Coordinating units with widely different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I will have the chance to put his teachings into practice. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the Tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, This is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. If there are any survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Alright, my friends, I need to use the restroom, and I'm gonna grab some food too, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm getting very hungry as well. So I'll be back. Okay, I've returned. Who missed me? I really had to make myself something to eat. I am super, super hungry. But I'll turn the screen back to this. And I'll let my food settle for a little bit, and then we'll continue the story. Next quest, Tracks in the Snow. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Ahem. Since you ask, where to scour the Ablain Rim for survivors? What? Wander around ice fields on and off the chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish a job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Alright, so we need to go this way. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after, either way. Is that an ether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see Orion Hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone. If not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But you won't need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we're here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. I'm going to take a bite of my meal before we proceed. I made ramen with chashu pork. Instant ramen that I made. Not actually authentic, but the chashu will give it more substance. That hits the spot, guys. I was so hungry. Alright. Moving on. Well, let's avoid you. It's called an ovibos. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. Oops. We're not teleporting back. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead toward the building. We're getting closer. I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Sure, I'm gonna take another bite of my nudes and then we'll do just that. Now then. Oh, I remember this from my first playthrough. We're about to be introduced to stealth missions. And they're kind of frustrating at times. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. You were to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of the cover, such as rocks, to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location, which is right here. So we have to follow her without being spotted. Yeah, so she's going to turn around, and if that arrow points at us in any way, without anything in the way, then we fail the mission. Is someone there? Nope, not me. I must be imagining things. better catch my breath. See, and then she turns around. If those beasts spot me, I'm done for. There's a monster up there, too. I hope my luck holds. Gotta keep going. They're all depending on me. Just a little farther. This is it. The final spurt. Alright, cool. We did it. Alright, Los, no worries, dude. And good luck in the Memoria Misera Extreme. Phew, still in one piece. I'm gonna take another bite of my meal, and then we will continue. I love food. I shouldn't have gone too long without eating. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alpha No. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Enna. We have no intention of hurting you or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telephroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald. And they won't stop until they destroy the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affiliation, or affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Telephore's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with the introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for now, I've managed to stay sane. I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night. And the roar, the terrible roar, and then screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers and didn't stay to watch. I fled, as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you were here to help. Can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us the means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, do as you will. I don't like that look. Quest complete. Good stuff. Alright, more food in my belly and then we'll continue. Okay, I am back. I have finished my ramen. It was very delicious. Next quest. How the mighty are fallen. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you are here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Yeah, exactly. Snack time. It was actually my first meal of the day, and that's not good either, so... Actually, no, just kidding. I had breakfast, but then I went a long time without lunch, and that was a bad move. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of, Emanelian's, Emanelian's, tinctures. The ones that could warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Yeah, I promise not to push myself like that again. I gotta take proper meal breaks. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. There you go. Warming tincture. I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, why have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow, food production, water purification. The magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What mechina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, cerulia Ingens is full of that stuff, for all the good it does. No one here knows the first thing about extracting or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what a sweet liberation is this. Is it poison, by any chance? 'Twas a joke, if I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of a great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live as puppets of flesh. First come the war, then come the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony, of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, in offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hope few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I wait for my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are quite different types, but this model is far the most popular. Made with quality components, crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amonis it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, played over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these freezing wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that, though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe the Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus may not be defeated so easily. What's that? Here, drink some. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilus troops heading towards the Magna Glaciers or Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? No, we took airships. Airships? Then there might be a way to... Lysenia? Where is everyone? Is something the matter? What? I thought I heard a voice in there. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almastri has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. With other soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head towards the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tapers living there. People whose jobs is to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what I can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's not something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, you have to make your way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up on your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tapers. If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have. Thank you so much. To reach Taper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit risky too, so it's easier just to look for someone standing at guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. So we need to head all the way down here. So it's that tunnel ahead of us. And a lot of flying dudes. They're probably doing maps or something. I know there's a fate there. I'll leave them to it. So right here. Hi, Chocobo. Who goes there? How did you find us? How do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the Pure Bloods over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here and demanding ceruleum for nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So they're resorting to sending you to negotiate? I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, then they've got another thing coming. Oh boy. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let it slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So that's the Tapper's Den? Well then, after you. Tapers, tappers, I don't know how to say that. Too many big words. Who are you? What happened to the guards? I kicked their butts. Aosrians and rebels here to save the people of Golemald? That doesn't make any god's damned sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Girbania, Yanxia, Bosja, Dalmasca, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life. All put to work, extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Golemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped, more or less unscathed, is Cerulia Ingens. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's all frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquire working here would be practically useless outside Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, shouldn't they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Next quest, at the end of the trail. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoil sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Lysinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get around here. I may have refused Lysinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lysinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Alright, where are we going? Back there, okay. It's a nice somber piano. It's really cold in my house, so it's like very fitting that we're in the cold now. It's it brings out the immersion. Oh, and there's a fate over there too. Yeah. Usually in the summer it's like a lava pit in my house, but for some reason this winter's been really cold. It's usually never this cold. But don't worry, I'm dressed warmly. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone too far. You're a little burrito, Drew. That's cute. And very effective, too. They asked me to help carry carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I hear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us, we know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting for the wings. For us to show weakness, then you swoop in. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy, to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill, the empty bottle proves it. So the medicine ran out. Or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for the chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. All right, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Hopefully you have something warm to drink, Drasuna, or something warm to eat. Because it's still winter. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. I gotta search this whole area for clues. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time, and is unlikely any connection to Licinia or her sister. Oh boy, fresh blood. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Oh boy. The two bodies are really cold, already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither did they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Next quest, A Way Forward. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make a report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Alizé and Alpha No tell me that they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Drasuna, thank you so much for redeeming drink water. I will do so now.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the fairy watch over and keep you. The lowly task of keeping watch over provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by right theirs. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, bye, Chocobo. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4? Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize, he's Alphino, and last but not least, there's Enna. Enna, where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run, towards the station. Even if you think about going For your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Okay, now, Euless will accompany us now. Oh boy. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Lapis, thank you, isn't she? She's my little cinnamon roll in Final Fantasy XIV. What was the, there was an emote that I have her do. Which was it? Oh yeah, this one. Pretty please. North of the station is Regio Domorium, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roamed the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Next quest, the last bastion. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left on the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye. They spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed is slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you are to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Alright, fighting. I see why your comrades chose you. Ulus Conigant has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. More fighting. Oh, we have an uninvited enemy, okay. Oh, I didn't see your comment, Drasuna. Her legs are cute and small. I agree. Yeah, a lot of running in the wind and cold during this part of the game. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. She does. I think at the guild house that my friends and I have, I do have a room with it for Enna that has a fireplace. I don't think it's fully built yet, though. I started making the room and then I stopped. But the house itself, definitely very homey and cozy. Look at what they have become. You would still stand there and claim them they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of the primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. My chocobo must be cold too. And the fox. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. This is Tertium, one of Garlemon's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Do I have any pants to glamour for Anna? Let's see, hold on. Because also all she's wearing is like a dress. Not really. Let's see. Actually. Yeah, for now. Let's see. Or these? Yeah, they're already dyed and everything, so we'll do these. Just so that she doesn't have to wear a dress and be freezing. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse, even so. I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Euless was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the other will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. But after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Quest complete. Just a second. There we go. I should have dyed these pants to begin with. They're actually pants. Okay. Next quest. Persona non gratae. I have no idea what that means. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will. But remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like. Those shock collars will be the last of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest we split up in learning what we can of the situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you please, even outside the camp. I know full well I can't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. Octavia? It's you, Anna Eventide. I served under Lord Gaius on the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Excuse you, but you guys were oppressing us first, so... So cold. This young soldier's on the verge of losing consciousness. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I'll swear I'll... Ugh. Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot when within striking distance and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the Eldred in us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life. But we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. I can say the same to you. Feelings mutual, you butt munch. Where do we go now? In here? It's weird that they're calling us murderers when they murdered our people first. This goes all the way back to A Realm Reborn. And if you play through A Realm Reborn, you'll see that they're kind of a-holes. This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor Spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. In Queso, you came with Euless, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at a cost of its normal function. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at the greatest risks. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Just a second, guys. Okay. Sorry, I had to reply to a text. Aw, even the fox is like, "Are you okay, dude?" Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize that they are not in position to refuse help. Maybe Euless could persuade him, though we need to persuade Euless first. The fox wants snuggles. Yeah. Well, seen enough? Euless, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers have been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We need some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation will sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or, in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telepharoi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telepharoi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring your ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in debt to her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, my hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Alright, next quest. His park materials. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. So we need to go... Oh, it's not too far. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all of these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas come first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zos Galvus. Did we come here to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machinima in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while we don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Alright, let's begin the search. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Eula said. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Oh yes, you have a question, Lapis. What does Edu mean? Oh yeah, by next to my name. It's like the guild's shorthand of their name. So I can actually go to my guild settings. They're called free companies. And my grand company is called the Fleeting Stones. It's a group of my friends, as well as myself, and then we recently recruited Los as well. Edu is kind of like an inside joke between my friends. I guess the context would be we would just put Edu at the end of everything, kind of like a way of talking. Like we should go do this dungeon, Edu. I think oh yeah, because one of my friends is actually named Mike Edu Nor. My friend here, and I guess we kind of poked fun of his at his name by adding Edu to the end of sentences. So I guess that's the context of that inside joke, I think. But originally it was FS for Fleeting Stone, so it's kind of like if someone examines you and then they see something, they see like the shorthand next to your name, that means to other players that you're already in a group. So I would say it's like a badge of sorts to indicate that you're already in a group of people. Looks like a directory. Yeah, pretty much. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Soleus. The pond, the children's play area. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Oh, we found an air current. We may as well go ahead and attune to it. Ether currents are used to fly in all areas. Collect them all and you'll be able to fly. It's a pretty arduous task, but it is worth it, so you can fly in areas instead of walk. We need one more thing to interact with, so we will go find it. Lapis, I know you started playing Final Fantasy XIV, I think it was a couple weeks back. Are you enjoying the game so far? Let's see, the contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it just appears to be no more than a child's slide. But it could be used as a weapon, you never know. I'm glad you're having a great time. I heard Los has been helping you out as well. There's plenty of content to explore in the game, so I advise you take your time and have fun. Aw, that's okay. The game is there whenever you're ready to come back. And that's the beauty of the game too. The game is constantly saving your progress. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Nope. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Oh, you're in a waiting list. Okay, yeah, I heard the game wasn't accepting any new subscriptions due to the massive influx of players. But hopefully the waiting list is not too long, and then you'll be able to play more of the game. Once you buy the game, I can see about getting you invited to my group if you'd like. We're just a smaller group of friends who like to help each other out. Okay. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no. It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed here if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time, when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a cerulean-powered heater by chance. I suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing our tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and it wasn't this brackish muck. I can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hadn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. You're welcome, Lapis. I'd be very glad to help you out. And it would be very nice to have you as well. Euless, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it. But the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, I'll blast a ver fire. Should do the trick. Leave it to me. Oh, you stopped playing months ago, Drew? That's okay. It's the thought that counts. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tapers would do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last one to find the ceruleum tank is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Alright, now I have to search the gross pond, the murkiness of the gross pond. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Good thing I'm a healer. The fox seems to be having fun, though. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. I wonder if I can cure that off me. Nope. Okay. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. And now we're cold. Put a nice little region on me. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Oh wow, I've been streaming for 7 hours. Holy crap. This is fun, so I don't mind. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost. You become acutely aware of the freezing cold and the rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. But hey, we did it, didn't we? Did you find anything? I hope you did. Here you go, 1 ceruleum tank. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an old on because by fire I am reborn. And my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, or jeez, can't read. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Euless, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did. Not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with a family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb up to the top of the tallest building we could find and watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends are dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon, our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Oh, 10, welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight? We are playing Final Fantasy XIV Online Endwalker. I'm assuming you've played then? Alright, next quest. No good deed. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I like to search, just outside the park. Oh, nice. What are you leveling right now? Right now I'm playing on my alt, Enna, here. I have her in her winter clothes to go with the roleplay of the story, but she's an astrologian. Lapis, thank you so much for the 100 bits! Thank you, thank you. Oh, you finished the story too? Nice. I did a while ago too. I'm just replaying it to show my stream and then complete Enna's as well. Or my alts, rather. You're gonna work on Sage and try to get to 80 before I decide what to do next. Yeah, sounds like a solid plan. I heard a lot of people are loving Sage. I like to give it a go myself one of these days. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. Sorry. We decided to save those for another time. That time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any sharp nail. Before even bothering, though, you should check the machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use the explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Alright, so we gotta... let's see. Well, that's an enemy. Here we go. According to this room gauge, the unit's fuel tank is empty. After successfully removing the war machina's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. Okay, let's try this one. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. One more time. You retrieve the war machina's ceruleum tank to find it's still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Euless will surely be pleased by your discovery. Yeah, Sage is another healer. There are actually two types of healers in Final Fantasy XIV Online. There's pure healers like white mages and astrologians, and then there's barrier healers like scholars and sages. More explosives. Wait, is that what I think it is? One more ceruleum tank. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go see how Alize and Alphino are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Euless clearly has never heard of main character privilege. Apparently not.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all what I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Drasuna, oh wow, that's super late for you. Thank you so much for being in the stream with me today. I really enjoyed your company. And I hope you have a good rest. And we'll see you next stream. Have a good night. Or morning.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
Yes, here's hoping, Drasuna. See you next time. Take care.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alize are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, But what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be all right. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alize will be fine, providing they do not resist. Alia Lacta Est. I have no idea what language that's in. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. The task falls to legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your quarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details, in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the Isle, he said. So, that's the way of it, after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. What do you want with me? Ask the Isle. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. He knew he would understand. That he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we were to be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. I'm being followed. Have you done as instructed? What do you mean by ask Isle? I yield. I don't know how to say that. I'm not at liberty to divulge in that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on our way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. What the? Alright, fine. Ulyss lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
No use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. So cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections, a cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority. all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Yeah. Tofu, welcome back. And yes, long stream. I decided, hey, why not? And yes, Lucia, that is all.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
You would go back to streaming, but you'd prefer your microphone didn't sound like a McDonald's drive-thru. I feel that though. Getting the equipment is it's kind of costly. I mean, to get half decent sounding equipment anyway. I saved up a lot for mine, so trust me, I feel you there.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Welp. This is awkward. That's true, 10. A good sale is always nice. It's always good to look at bargains, so you're not spending too much money. Much and more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Thank you. I have a condenser mic. And it's actually hanging on a what's the term? A boom arm. That's the term. And then I have an interface. It's a maybe I'll post like a Twitter post or something of my equipment, but actually my equipment should be in my Twitch profile, like what I use to stream. I have a Scarlet Foresight, or Focusrite, sorry, as the interface to make the microphone sound 10 billion times more sexy than on its own. I was originally going to use it for home voiceover, but streaming is now my main focus. So next quest, Strange Bedfellows. Before we proceed to what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces, they were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we are to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we will only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have them lead the refugees here. Some may be willing or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alize, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Alright, so we need to go up there. We need to do a fair share of walking now. So, off we go, into the bitter cold, once more. If Tofu, if you're wondering, price range wise of all my equipment, I believe the interface, the module that makes the microphone sound really good, I think it was about 100, I believe. The condenser microphone and the boom arm itself, I think I got this one for a little more than 100. I'd have to, when my fiance gets home, I'll have to ask her what. She was the one that bought everything, and then of course I paid her back. She was the one that picked out everything, so I have to ask her like what the total costs were for my setup. And then I also have a gaming laptop, so it's of course good for running games and running streaming software. Unfortunately, I do not have room for a desktop in my current situation, so a laptop was my best option, or next best option. But hey, it works. And then from there I learned how to use first it was Streamlabs, and then it was what was the other one? Streamlabs, and then Stream Elements, and then I tried using OBS as well. So I'm trying to get familiar with all the streaming programs. It's definitely an investment of time and money and effort, but it's definitely doable if you'd ever like to stream again. Alright, we're finally here. Enna and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us where I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we could have supplies brought over for them. It'll be it'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. I... Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, Blue Yetis, they're good starter microphones. I agree. I remember I had a Yeti back in the probably a couple of years back as well. Can we attune to this yet? Yay, okay. Alright. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you. Please. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Yeah, just give my list a look, Tofu, and go from there. Though I'll let you know now that I didn't buy everything at once, because everything is expensive. Especially the computer. The laptop, I mean. Though I didn't buy the laptop specifically for streaming, though. I just need a powerful laptop that has fast processing. But knowing that it's streamer friendly is very nice. It's you. The one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come back to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempereds skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain. Courtesy of Lomins and friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. Oh, nice. I didn't know that you were majoring in animation. That's really cool. We'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at your we'll meet back at our camp. Words, I know how to read them. Anyway, let's survey the points on the map. There's 4 of them. So we will go to them now. I need more glacial green soon. Hey Los, welcome back. How's it going, dude? And yes, I'm still streaming. I'm almost 8 hours in the streaming. That's pretty wild. Haven't done so in a while, so it feels nice. Yep, we just hit 8 hours just now. 8 hours, guys. I normally don't stream for this long, but I have the time, so what the heck. Oh, right. I need to use the item. Bloop. Lapis, I'm so glad you're having fun. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And you're still waiting for your cue for the Memoria Extreme, Los? Yeah, it's not something that people do often anymore, sadly. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I am to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it appears, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays. But I'll save that for later. First things first, and all that. Oh. I was hearing an ether current, but I wasn't sure where it was coming from. It's up here. Let's go ahead and attune. I didn't realize that Camp Broken Glass was just right here. It's funny how it led us to back to the camp. No complaints though. Far from it. Ah, Enna. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. Eden 4 Savage. Yeah, that's the mount I'm going for too. It's a 4-person mount. But the drawback is it's Savage content, so it's going to be super stupid difficult. Oops, I skipped the dialogue box. Oh well. We will tell our allies that these soldiers are acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they're ordered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would have he'd be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was true believer to the end. Who can say? I don't know the man or his heart, his reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Yeah, I'm sure if we assemble a bunch of us, all level 90, then we'd have a better chance of doing it. Alright, so here's what we're going to do, guys. Oops. Just a moment. Okay. I'm going to go back to our original clothing. Where is it? Can I not apply glamours here? I guess not. Let's go back to the guild house for a second. Hold on a second. There we go. Apply. There we go. And there's Los to the side of us. Oh yeah, this is my guild house, by the way. One of my other friends is in charge of the decor. Perhaps I'll give you a grand tour at another time. But anyway, let's go back to Golemald. Yeah, they like to decorate the house when the seasons change, or when there's like a certain holiday approaching. They like to decor, respectively. Where's the next quest? I think it's up here. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured a ceruleum from Taper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting for their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, I might ask you to seek out Y'shtola. She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Alright, where is Y'shtola? Something going on with trying to put down a couch, Los? It's not functioning properly? Yes, I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have established history of reckless disregard of your own well-being. Well, all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and so doing, invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside a sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's do it.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a ton of story to experience. A ton.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way!
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat!
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner. '
Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varys?
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Oh, your face is so punchable, my guy. Things were going too well again.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Food?
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is such a pain in the arse.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner.
How thoughtful
He
of
never
you.
deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words, No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of Cassian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lapis. This is kind of spoilerish. But I do hope you enjoy your time playing the game.
Or together.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here, or run if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Oh, man. So I gotta find a way to the encampment in time.
diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Where do I go from here? Let's see, the Magitech's Reaper's leg has been damaged, but the weaponry should still function. You may be able to clear a path if you can find the identification key and fuel. Wherever those may be. Oh, my control battery is low. Well, we have been playing all day. Shouldn't be surprised, I guess. I'm dead. Man, this is so cancerous. I'll be right back while I change the battery of my controller. Just a second. That mission is so stupid. I should have just killed myself so I can just change the difficulty. It's way too hard. I don't know what the developers were thinking. It is way too hard. Hold on, I gotta skip all this. I gotta skip all the cutscenes I just watched. So this. Oh, I can't change the difficulty. Wonderful. Oh, wait, hold on. No, don't skip this. Very easy. I just want it to be over with. Oh yeah, sorry. Let me get the screen back up. So I just changed the difficulty to very easy because I hate this crap, so...
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
It doesn't matter. It's just for the difficulty's sake. And, yeah, it doesn't change the reward you get or anything. Thankfully. We'd have a lot of pissed off people if that was the case. Because this mission's already dumb difficult as it is. It doesn't help you don't have like a hide ability or anything, so... I remember a couple years back, there didn't used to be a difficulty setting. You just had to be good, or else you couldn't progress, ever. Like, there was no leeway of turning down the difficulty of these instance situations. I was doing great too until I got double teamed by all the enemies and I died. It doesn't help that that the body you inherit is really weak, and I think that's supposed to be the point, but it doesn't do you any favors in this challenge. You have one attacking rotation, an attack buff, and a defense buff, and that's it. And that hardly gets you anywhere. Like, I get it. The odds are supposed to be stacked against you. And I appreciate that. It's just way too hard. It's way too hard when everything is trying to kill you, and then very minimal item recoveries. Alright, where are you? What building? I hate that hint. Piss. Like, psst, inside this building. Which one? I'm surrounded by buildings. Unless we're talking about this one here. You've not been turned? Thank goodness. I thought I was the only one left. Oh, the bastards got my hand when they took down my Magic Reaper. If you can repair its leg, though, it should still work. Here, take this key. If I had to use my hand, it might have stood against a chance out there. Please, send help if you can. And like, the challenge doesn't end there, it keeps going. You'll see in a second here. You would think this would be the objective, just to repair this stupid machine. You there, please help us. See, now you have this part to do as well. Like, it's not just trying to navigate the city for the parts for the Magitech armor, it's all this other stuff too. It'd be fun if it wasn't so difficult. I'm gonna be that person. I don't like content like this. So my advice is when you get to this part, just kill yourself, and then that way you can change the difficulty right away. Save yourself the headache. Or if you want the challenge, you're welcome to it as well. Me personally, no. It's still not over. Ow. Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. Oh. Rapidly press buttons to maintain consciousness. Crawl to safety and regain consciousness. Oh god. With the last of your strength, crawl to Camp Broken Glass. Really? This is gonna take ages. We're all the way up here and the camp's down there and going at this speed. Ugh. Eh.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one...
Oops, sorry.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Enough, Xenos! I'm about to throw hands with myself. Ugh.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? We have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault, and so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Is everyone alright?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Poor Anna. Not fun having your soul extracted. You certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no? This ends now. Let's see. Gateway to the Gods. Are you well enough to make your report? About that, Los. About that comment you just made. This anima was summoned from the corpse of Emperor Varus? Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise the wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the beating heart of the Telephor's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. Jeez. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magic, or magitech. Furthermore, The road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. I'm having trouble talking again. Thus, we do propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The divisionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Lominsan delegations. They will begin the construction of the bridges to make the Telephroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Enceladium, a vast magitech manufactory. In ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telephoi's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, provided we sneak aboard unseen. Oh, Lapis, thank you so much for redeeming drink water. I will do right now. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, we must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. It's time we ended this, once and for all. Aye, there will be no more casualties of the Telephoi's maniacal ambition, jeez. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even, assuming he didn't name the tower Babel on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zonde used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patens. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Oh, you've been queuing for more than an hour? Holy crap. Yeah, I'm not sure when that would queue again. Like I mentioned earlier, there are not many people doing it right now. Especially since Endwalker's out now. If you'd like, Los, maybe sometime people in our group can get together and we can run it. That'd probably be the easiest way to do that trial. Because I don't think anyone's queuing for it anymore. Oh boy. No worries about our expectations. That fight's really difficult anyway. So, no worries there. It's Lisa and Serena again. Two cuties. They're both adorable. Anyway. But then, three cuties. Dun dun dun. Okay. Enough of me. Anna, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. Then we best get in there before we freeze. Especially you. Oh, the shoe will be on the other foot once we're in, believe you me. A good fight should warm us right up. Huh. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly, you've spent too long around this feral dog of a Darthel. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello, everyone. All set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Encaladrum. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our divisionary force. Then we sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any, Tempered included, are injured, we Shayla will tend to them. You Scions must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we are underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Enceladium. I don't know how to even say that. See you there. Yeah, you remember that cutscene, Los? Her referring to Sadhu, referring to Magnai as little son. Alright, anyway, so, onwards to this location on the map up here. Uh-oh. Yep, I wish anyone luck who's trying to hit on Yustola. She's, not easily impressed. She don't need no man. And there's Pippin. Hail, it's good to see you, Anna. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most curious explanation. I'm glad you recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at least. So you will have heard. You've secured the way in. We've secured the way in. Some few are in. I can't read right now. I'm having... my brain's melting. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Blentes Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. The station is right this way. Tread lightly now. Thanks for redeeming drink water. I've drank a lot of water today. That should be the norm for every day. This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Telefori's leaders. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Telefori's reign of terror. And I, for one, will not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anything else. Hear, hear. That's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do, together. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. The Tower of Babel, now accessible. So this is the second Endwalker dungeon. The second Endwalker dungeon. It's Lisa and Serena again. Hold on. Two cuties at once. My heart can't take it, guys. Anyway, enough of my thirst, let's do this thing. We'll have, hold on. We'll let Graha tank this one.
I stand ever ready.
Off we go. The Tower of Babel.
Now or never.
All right then. Alright. Look, captives. Help me free them. You may leave them in our care. Oh, I almost let Graha die. Sorry. Gravity 2 looks so cool. Oops, not that one. Everything looks cool in this game. Who am I kidding? Alright, first boss. So opposites attract, right? So I need to be right here. same symbol, so I need to be close so it pushes me away. Nice. Level up. We're level 84 now. We didn't learn anything, but that's okay. This is Lise. We've unlocked the lift. Thanks, waifu. Appreciate it. You can see Lise and Pippin on that side, and then the Sadu and Magnai on the other side. So our paths diverge. Then let us see who gets there first.
Hold still. Allow me.
I will not hold back.
Tofu and Lapis, thank you so much for both drinking water. Do I drink twice as much water? I'm not sure how that works. I'll just drink water. And Lo's drinking water too. I'll just drink all the water. I reassure you I did drink some water. Let's see. Triple water all the way. Wait, downpour? Oh boy. Oh, we're frogs.
Hold still.
And then become mini for this next part. So we avoid the spinning chakrams. That is very loud.
Allow me. Hold still.
Oh wait, wrong one. Uh-oh. This might hurt. Okay, phew. Wait for me, friends. I'm a frog too. Oh boy. Nice. Yeah, I should probably stretch sometime soon. I haven't really... Actually, no, I've taken a couple breaks. So I think I'm okay. Alright, we're almost there. And there's Anima, down there. I don't know how many of you played FF10, but there's Anima in the background. Oh, they do, definitely. I agree. I just get forgetful. That's the word I'm looking for, forgetful.
Hold still.
Oh, wrist stretches, yeah. Definitely. Alright, we finally made it. Say hello to Anima. Such a friendly smile, right? So we take our tether, pull as far away in the opposite direction as we can, because it's going to yank us. Like that. Okay, Boundless Pain, run away from the explosion. Like so. The explosion expands, so it's good to just keep running from it until you get to the edge of the arena. And phase change. So this is what you would call DPS phase. Or DPS check. So nails are first going to spawn over here. And then over there. So when the first nails come across, we run backwards. Those markers, they get planted on the opposite side of the arena, or they should, and then run across like the computer players are. Because they do chase you. After the first nails go by, we're going to run forward. Or backwards. Doesn't matter. And then back to Anima we go. Or his upper half anyway.
Let's give them a show. With heart and steel.
Boundless Pain again. There's good.
I have you now.
Hold still.
So on this part here with the nails, run to the side that doesn't have a complete square of nails. See how there's some part of the line missing? You run to that side.
Hold still.
Oops, not that move.
I will not hold back.
We did it. Alright. Let's go ahead and make our exit.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
This madness ends here.
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn, feeble relic of a forgotten age. Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid, restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
I'm the one Xeno swats.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours.
Of course.
Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Of all the Tempered are affected, Euless and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them, we must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. Alright. Stand there just a moment, please. Prayer for good luck. Now you can't possibly fail. Aw, thanks, Alice. A trip to the moon. My apologies. I was lost in thought. This device is of Alec design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Heidelin said, the flow of ether will transport you to Mare Lamentorium. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up for the difference. Now that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, beyond the sky. Travel to Mare Lamentorium. Yes. And off we go.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
The Sea of Stars, Mare Lamentorium. You, with me, Heidelin's champion. Alright, we are on the moon, breathing on the moon. Before we do anything else, we're going to attune to the aetheryte. And look, there's the planet. That's where we just came from. Alright. We are now attuned to the moon. I return. I must return. Why? 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 Oh boy. Home. I want. I need. mustn't touch. In Solarium Halls, find me. So we go in here, this very tall and only building. Congratulations, guys! I've been streaming for 10 hours with all of you. I've never had a 10-hour stream before. This is nuts. No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. This will be the final quest I do, and then I'll end the stream, because I've literally been at this all day. This is fun, though. I just never thought I'd do a 10-hour stream. The Watcher. Apologies. I have been preoccupied for quite some time and am out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Heidelin, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Zodiark himself, a projection of the moon's core. Those looks like Virgil summon swords. Though rent asunder by Heidelin, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiark, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. 6 locks to his goal, great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiark forevermore. 5 were destroyed by his would-be liberator. 1 of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiark, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. Now, what should I say? Let's see. If keeping Zodiark imprisoned is the right thing to do, I will aid you, or I will only resort to expelling them if all else fails. Nah, the first one seems right to me. If keeping Zodiark imprisoned is the right thing to do, I will aid you. DMC raid? That would be quite a stretch, but that would be awesome. What is right and good? Ask 1,000 souls and receive 1,000 answers. I offer none. I am the Watcher and the Gauler. I am not the judge. Know this. Hydaelyn commands the forces of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. As long as Zodiac remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go, meet with these wandering spirits. Do what you think is right. Quest complete. I know, right? Famous last words, right? One more quest, and then I'll go to bed. 3 a.m. One more quest, then I'll go to bed. But, yeah, I think this is a good place to end stream. We made a ton of progress, and there's a ton of story, and we tackled a dungeon. Well, I tackled 2 dungeons, actually. Oh, man. Yeah, but the view. Literally in space. Yeah, this will be a good place to end the stream. So, here's what I'm going to do. Enna is going to say goodbye to everyone, and I thank you guys for cheering her on this entire stream. It means a lot to her and me both. So we are going to use the command here. She's going to wave goodbye to all of you. And I'm going to pull up my ender. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to watch. This was a very long stream, longer than I anticipated. But thankfully we had the time to break a milestone of 10 hours. That's insane. Not sure if I can go 10 hours again anytime soon, but we'll see what the future holds. Alright, my friends, before I sign up for the night, 2 things. I have shoutouts first. So, let's see. Los Pipos for the host, Tofugava for the sub, Drasuna for 200 bits, and then Lapis for 100 bits. Thank you guys so much for all your support. This has been a very awesome and very successful and very long stream. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, guys. Seriously. This was awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'll keep saying it because I truly mean it. It's been incredible, and I'm glad all of you were here with me. I'm gonna check Twitch to see if any of my other friends are streaming. Oh yeah, we have a couple. I know a lot of you must be tired and want to go to sleep, but I'm going to give a raid to Starcrossed channel. So we're going to go ahead and raid them. Alright, my friends. Once again, thank you so much for all your support, and thank you for tuning in for this 10-hour stream, and we'll definitely have more fun next time. I'm Eventide Shine, of course, and we'll see you next time. Take care, my friends. Bye. And yes, they are streaming Arise. The game's awesome.